Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, February the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Snowman, in our YouTube room for letting me know that you can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. And I am assuming you guys can do the same in the main room. I am hearing or seeing some yeses and good mornings. So, guys, so some numbers came out, some non-farm payroll numbers came out, I guess, at 8:30, and that's popped the market nicely. Again, I read some of the comments about the numbers. Whatever it is, doesn't really matter. It's popped the market. Let's just trade it. So, what is happening? It's funny. I don't see anything up a huge amount. 43%, of course, is a lot, but sometimes we see stocks 100, 200% in the pre-market. MNTN is one. It's interesting. Look at this headline. MNTN is maintained at positive by Susquehanna. Okay. However, they've cut their target from 38 to 20. Anyway, that's so it's positive, but it's been cut almost. Their price target has almost been slashed in half. Um, let's see what else. VRTL. This is So VRTL. So VRT is the stock, and I believe it is an earnings play. Yeah, VRT is an earnings play. VRT is an earnings play. And so VRTL, if you think VRT is going to maintain, keep going, then you can play this one. Well, it's way cheaper. Still expensive. Yeah, no kidding, Obi. No kidding. Very shocking. Very shocking. Speaking of Obi, thank you for Hura. I don't know if you were in the room yesterday, guys. He was talking about Hura, Hura. I did end up taking some towards the end of the day at around the 124 mark. And because it wasn't China, I decided to hold it. And so far rewarded. I have taken some off. I know you talked about this one yesterday. What's the next one? This one started, 3 days ago at 40 cents, $1.55 now pre-market, and that's Hura. Poet just had a little pop here, guys, but then not a huge percentage move up. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. This PRFX pain reform, Israeli stock. It popped all the way up to $8, and now it's right back down to 4. It's still up 30%, 33%. There's some kind of a SAAS agreement with this company out of Romania, I think. It's out of Romania. Yeah, there you are. Photovoltaic site in Romania. Low float. 780,000 in the float. You is getting just clobbered again. Where are you? You? Here you are. Unity, just getting clobbered. It's had a little bit of a pop, but boy, down 24%. Unity just getting absolutely clobbered. Company reported Q4 financial results and issued it's all about the guidance, the Q1 sales guidance below estimates. So all about the guidance. This is after, being clobbered and then a little bit of a resurrection for 3 days. And now reality sets in again with their earnings release. And that is Unity. Well, look at this one. So this is an earnings play, and I saw this. I thought, wow, this is a pretty awesome looking earnings play. Look at this, 1587 down to 1420, actually down almost 5%. So the pop and then the drop for CLBT, the Israeli stock. Not a ton of volume yet, but wow, big float, 114 million in the float. see where this could go. I mean, CLB. So there's the low of 2 days ago. The low of 2 days ago is 1413. That's a little bit below that low. The next low looking left is 1353. So a little bit of room. Could be some support there. There are a couple of daily lows right around that area, but not that far away, maybe 40 cents away. So there could be some support here. It's just crazy reaction, isn't it? I mean, big pop on earnings, and then just reality sets in and just a complete sell-off. All right, guys. ABP. So there's a CLBT. So you're talking about buying at 7. Well, William, we waited the one yesterday. It didn't get quite there. Not this one, of course, but I can't even remember the one we were talking about yesterday. I think TDC is an earnings play. TDC, I believe, is an earnings play. Ella, you've just downloaded the app. Great. Okay, Ella, 85. I think Teradata. Yeah, TDC is also an earnings play, guys, up 24%. Some big moves on some fairly big name stocks, and certainly not a low float, 91 million. Not high, but not low. Mattel. I was going to mention Mattel. Barbie's down. Wow, 30% down on earnings. Mattel, MAT, crashing through the 200-day moving average. Look at that. Okay, sorry, Gavin. VRTL. So we talked about that one. ELAB. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. ELAB is not an earnings play. NetG. This is, I believe, this is the 2-time long for Net. This is Cloudflare. So Net is an earnings play. Net is an earnings play. It's a super expensive one, I believe. Yeah, so it's $202. So and it's an earnings play. This is Cloudflare. So if you think Net is going to continue, okay. Okay, Ella, what I'm going to do for you is first of all, you should, if you haven't done it already, you really have to You really have to take a look at the short videos, okay, to get you started. Okay, if you haven't done this already, I would ask you any particular reason why you downloaded the app if you have no idea how to use it. I'm not trying to be mean, but just wondering. Without okay, but first thing you should do though, okay, Ella. First thing you should do is go to my homepage. I just put my homepage link in, and if you scroll down a little bit, okay, and go to the education section, I'm clicking on the more info, and then you're going to see there are. If you haven't done this already, you must do this first. Okay, there are 12 short videos to get you started, to get you to at least understand, the key elements of the program. Okay. Now, how to use the app? I mean, it's very flexible. When you say how to use it, I mean, it's a scanner. Basically, it's a scanner, and if you have an idea about, what you like to trade, you can create your own scans based on what you like to trade. When I say like to trade, certain price range, minimum volume, things like that. Okay, but the first thing you must do is do that. Do yourself a favor. Otherwise, you'll be. I think you'll drive yourself crazy. But you're in the right room though, because you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. I see EOSE is also popping here, guys. Let's see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news for it. Might be coming into some resistance around the 1350. What about the U, William? I mean, that was a miss. Wasn't that a miss? You wasn't that a miss? Guidance got guided poorly, and also missed, or maybe they didn't miss on the revenue. AEHR guys. Now, yeah, this one is not an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Announced a key strategic win with an initial purchase order of Sonoma Systems for lead hyperscale customers' next generation AI. Anyway, I don't know how much it's worth, but there's the AEHR. Oh, it was a beat. So they actually beat and then miss lower. Interesting. So they beat so the revenues beat, but they're guiding, and that's what it's all about, really, isn't it? I mean, it's all about revenue guide. It's about, excuse me, about their guidance. It's great, a company might have done well the previous quarter, but if they come out and say, you know what, we don't think the next quarter is going to be that great, why would you buy the stock? It's really that simple. Morning, PJ. Well, it's funny when you look at Unity, and where are you now? Where's Unity? Here you are. When you look at Unity, and I guess this all started, William, I don't know exactly the day it started, but when Amazon basically looked like they were going to really cut into their business, the gaming business, and that is what started it down. But then, look at the last 3 days, a little bit of a resurrection the last 3 days. Just give me one moment. A little bit of a resurrection the last 3 days ahead of its earnings release, but maybe people were hoping, well, maybe it won't be so bad, but yeah, only 4 trading days ago, really? Because that's only here, right? It must have been at least here, right? I want to say on January 30th. want to say here, right? So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly. I mean, why would you buy a stock if the company's going to come out and say, you know what, we had a great quarter, but we do not expect a great upcoming quarter? Why would you buy it? All right, guys, what I'm going to do now, yeah, the market spies are off a little. Dow was up a little. The Qs were off a little yesterday. I doubt if we're going to see massive. Well, I just want to take a look at energy, XLE, see what it's doing. Still, look at that surge. 'Cause guys, I mean, there was a long time well, it's quite a while ago now, but this day right there, what day is that? That's in November. When it finally got above and stayed above the 200-day moving average, it was below that 200-day moving average for a long time, but it is just ripping, from that 200-day moving average. Just always interested in the financials, I mean, that would be the, I mean, that's the worrisome one, for me anyway, I mean, getting close to, I mean, it's a rising 200-day moving average, so, but, you know, financials are still above it. Just looking at some of the other sectors, see where utilities are. Yeah, so they're all above. I don't think there's not going to be any major below the 200-day moving average, major sector. I want to see discretionary though. That could be because that's staples. Staples, yeah. I mean, discretionary. It's visible. The 200-day moving average is visible. The volume is too low. Yeah, I can't. Well, unless everybody says the same thing, you might have to adjust it on your end. 156. Okay, I haven't changed any settings. This one was a very active one yesterday. Sun E, still active. Wow, look at that. So, what did it do yesterday? It actually got up to 157 and closed right here at 149, which was just above the 200-day moving average. So basically at the 200-day moving average. And now an extension today. I don't know if I had any news yesterday. The nation expects partnership to accelerate project execution and customer adoption in 2026 and beyond. How can you not think of Toy Story and beyond? Okay, so that is Sunny, guys. SUNE, and it's probably a low float. Yep, 3.4 million in the float. TDC continues to move higher, guys. Earnings play. TDC continues to move higher. This is, I thought it might have been an all-time high, not even close, but certainly it's a year high. It's a 6-month high. It is, where's my 2-year? I thought I had a 2-year here too. I guess I don't. Should add it. 2-year. Hood. I forgot to mention Hood. Where's Hood here? Hood. Well, this is a long for Hood hooks, HOOX, a two-time long, and so Hood the stock is down at least 8%, around 8%. Okay, Hood is an earnings play. Let's take a look at Hood, Robin Hood. Is there a short version of this one that you can buy? If there was, I would think I would see it here. So I don't know if there is one because then that would be down. That would be up 14%. Well, it would be just sneaking in about 15% actually. So I don't know if there's a short. When I'm talking about a short version, one that you can buy as the stock is moving down. But that's it. But that's HO. But oh, wonder why it's not showing up then. HOOZ. Okay. Wonder why it's not showing up. Unless it's only a one timer. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up here. What's the volume? Yeah, the volume is fine. Thank you. I wonder why it's not showing up here. What if I sort differently? There's got to be a reason. I just don't know what the reason is off the top of my head why it's HOOZ is not showing up here when it is up 14, when it's up 14%. It should be in this, whereas the other one is. So it's not nothing to hooks is HOOX is. Actually, there is another one. Who has more volume? So this HOOZ, sorry, HOOX has 290,000, 297,000, and this one has 127,000. So anyway, so if you thought Robinhood was going to continue down, yeah, the other one that I just had up and running would be a way to buy it. But remember, if you're unfamiliar with these two-time ETFs designed specifically for a stock for a so if Robinhood started to move down, say 1%, this would move down 2%. Oh, got to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So just give me a moment, guys. Avatar. Let me take a look at AVTR. I'm hearing. I know it's not Avatar, but this is an earnings play. AVTR is an earnings play down 19%. Okay, and this is not quite a lifetime low. It's way at the bottom, though. It's way at the bottom of its lifetime low. All right, guys, I'm going to get just good morning, Vito. I want to get my layout up and running that I'm going to use once the 9:30 open happens. Just give me one moment. Always save my work. All right, give me one moment as I just want to see if anything else is sneaking in. All right, so here are the top six. I had in my other layout the top 15. These are the top six. I don't think I talked about the STIM. Just give me a moment. Let's take a look at it. STIM, Neuronetics. And this is not an earnings play. Okay, I just wanted to, well, or is it? Or is it? It looks like on the, I wonder if this was just sort of advanced. We have that earnings are on the 17th. It looks like they had earnings then. Oh, preliminary. Okay, preliminary unaudited. Okay, preliminary unaudited. Okay, so that was on the 10th, and that was for ASTIM. Not a great looking 2-minute chart, kind of just chopping up and down like a little sort of barcode-ish. So just looking for, so the company reported, so this is Lyft, okay, reported worse than expected Q4 sales results. Also, multiple firms lowered their respective price targets on the stock. That was for Lyft, LYFT. I read somewhere on Twitter that I was just incensed about this. It's only because these analysts were looking for more. I don't think there was, well, according to him anyway, it wasn't that the results were terrible, but worse than expected. I did not dive into it, of course, but how about Uber? What is it doing? I know Uber. I think Uber's already had its earnings. Yeah, Uber's had earnings, so not being affected by that Lyft drop. So this is Cloudflare. Okay, this is two-time. Not a ton of volume yet, 134,000. So if you thought that Cloudflare net, okay, the stock net, which had earnings, and obviously great, the stock itself will be up almost 13%. Didn't see HUM. What's the price of that one? Maybe that's why. Humana, so yeah, it's down 5% on earnings. That's look at this daily chart. Boy, it got thumped down earlier. I can't remember why. I know there was something to do with all the healthcare stocks. I always apologize. I never understand your healthcare system and how these stocks are so affected. But anyway, so that got thumped down already, and now a further thumping. I mean, this is $283 stock not that long ago. Yeah, 30 seconds to the 9:30 open, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And as usual, I do not usually trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. This race might take this race could start immediately. Their market's up right now, so we'll see. All right, here we go, guys. We're now the 9:30 open is upon us. Look at Lyft now, guys. LYFT is lifting. LYFT. SMX is doing its thing already. SMX. What was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was. No, I had a price alert for this is from yesterday, so UPWK probably not that interested in it today. Lift, look at that, guys. I mean that what a lift from 14 to 15 fairly quickly. Yeah, I mean that's what a dollar move just like that. Now, will it fade here? Is this just a momentary flurry here? And then we get a big fade. Yeah, I saw that MU earlier. Somebody posted it. A couple of people posted about MU. I think what Morgan Stanley. Here's this. Why we don't have these price alerts for on the way down? UPWK on the way down. Okay, this was from yesterday though, so I'm not sure I care that much about it. Yeah, Morgan was it Morgan Stanley? Basically, put a price target from where it came up to 450. Okay, it got up to about 450, 456, fell with a lot of the market, and then they put a price target of 450 on it, go right back up to that area. Okay, guys, took myself completely out of the HURA. Okay, thanks, Obi. Though nice, nice little trade. I'll keep an eye on it later. It was from yesterday. Mattel bounces. Okay, let's take a look at Mattel. Another earnings play. I know that's ugly, ugly, ugly. Let me see if I can clean that up a bit. Here we go. AEHR. Wow, look at the pop here on volume. AEHR had news, and there's another pop on it. It was already up a lot. Now it's up even more, 32%. Had some news. That was the news on it. So this is I was waiting on this one yesterday. ESOA. I can't remember. Was I waiting on the way down or up? Yeah, okay. So yeah, to see if I could take out this the high of yesterday, and we're right there now. ESOA. We're right there. It was an earnings play. The reaction was great, and now we're at the high of yesterday. Will we have a nice continuation day? So Unity is at the low right now, not at the low of the pre-market, but I don't think anyway. The low of the pre-market is around 20, just a little over 20 perhaps. I take it you wanted to go long, PJ, on the MNTN. Yeah, I see it's well, it was a strange again, I pointed this out earlier. I mean, here's your headline. Okay, it looks like, oh, maintain positive, but they've cut their target from 38 to 20, and yet it says maintain positive. You know, well, maybe they mean, I mean, this is, manipulating the headline. Sure, it's positive from 10 at 20, but they cut it from 38 to 20. Anyway, also Evercore did the same thing, 33 to 27. But will it have a bounce? It's still up 32%, it's bounced so far for a while. AXTI, guys, I think this is an all-time high. AXTI, I believe it's an all-time high. Not quite right here. A couple of days ago, that was the all-time high for AXTI. Now look at it surging, guys. AXTI surging here. What's the market doing? So the market is after that I think the non-farm payroll numbers came out at 8:30. Popped the market, kept moving higher and higher. Starting to give up a little, not much though. That is that purple line. That'll be a key area. See if we can hold it. And that's the VWAP for the SPY. Okay, that is the VWAP for the SPY. Now U continues down and closer to that 20. Take a look in the pre-market. I think the low was here. Looks like we're on 2043. So I'm going to put a price alert there. See if it takes out the pre-market low. All right, guys. So look at Lyft now. So Lyft on that brief flurry up to 15 is now pulling back. Now keep an eye on the SPY and just see if it can hold the VWAP. That purple line on my 5-minute chart. That is the VWAP. See if it can hold it. RCAT, guys. RCAT. This is not an earnings play. RCAT is taking a bit of a hit here. 3%. There's a high up here, 1320. Wow, that's a big hit. 1320 down to 1220. The percentage move down. Just want to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for RCAT. Well, some people just look at that, Vito. I mean, taking out the pre-market low or high, I mean, that can be significant, not all the time, of course, but just a lot of people will look at the pre-market low or high and see if the stock takes it out. So right now we're at it doesn't necessarily have to be significant for you, but I mean, it's, I would call that an important data point. Doesn't necessarily mean just like right here, Unity now is right at the pre-market low. Doesn't mean it's going to continue lower. Well, when you say find quickly, I mean, these stocks are in play. Unity is in play. So, I mean, if and it's very easy to put a price alert like I did for Unity at the pre-market low. So you would basically you would maybe pick a few stocks that you think are in play. Unity is obviously in play. It's down so much and it's been beaten up. So that could be one, like I just did. Put a price alert at the pre-market low. And right now we're testing 20. Again, it doesn't mean that just because it hits the pre-market low or a stock that hits over the pre-market high, it doesn't mean it's going to continue in that direction. But a lot of people look at that as being fairly significant, and you can see what's happened. It's kind of held the pre-market low. I mean, it got a little bit below it, but it's kind of holding it now, like right now as we speak. That doesn't, for how long? That's what makes trading, fascinating. All right, guys. I haven't seen this one. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. Largo, Canadian stock out of Toronto. What do they do? Natural resource and battery energy. Okay, so LGO is what is the next high? Yeah, it's got room. 269 is the next high on the weekly chart. Again, when I say that, doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry as much about short-term resistance or chart resistance as much. Okay, guys, TDC is an earnings play, and it's basically at the high of the day. That's a big move. I mean, 91 million in the float, 41%. That's it's not a high float, but it's certainly not low, and 41%. So, William, was that not? How could that not be a beat? How could TDC not be? Well, no. There's only one pre-market low, Vita. It doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. There's only one. It's a data point, right? There's only one pre-market low, whether you look at it on a 2 minute or a 5 minute or a daily, or there's only one pre-market low. Boy, TDC is it's got to be a beat. All right, what has won a star? What has won a race? Opening range break? Yep, it can. Now, opening range. Okay, yes, yeah, it can be. Use that. You can use that as your trigger. Pick whatever time frame you want. We've got several of them. 2 minute, 5, I think 10, 15, maybe. Well, instead of trying to guess, but I'll be completely honest, as I try to be. Um, I have never found an advantage of using this. I thought this would be like a solid alert. But I've never, when I first started with Trade Ideas, just as a customer, I thought this one, because everybody talks about the opening range break. Some look at a 30, a 15, and I could never ever get a sense that it made any difference. But anyway, you can. These are real time alerts. They're on the way up or the way down, so you can construct a scan with your price range, minimum volume, etc., whatever other filters you want to use, and then use that as the trigger, the opening range break. I should ask them again if they can do this. Them, meaning the development. I would have found it much more advantageous if we could have use the count filter, also with the opening range break. Because what happens is the opening range gets broken and then it comes back down, maybe gets broken again, comes back down. So, it can really fluctuate, even if it's a 30 minute. So my idea was, only if it broke the range that you're looking for, say the third time. Well, then if you've seen some back testing where it works, then go ahead and do it. I've just never been able to use it. But don't let me stop you. Well, you can use you can You can learn. I mean, sorry, you can use the back tester and pick whatever time frame you want in terms of the opening range break. You saw the ones we've got. I think 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60 minutes. So whatever time frame you want to use. All right, guys, what do we got here now for NAM, NAMM? You have to have a premium service, of course, if you want to use the back tester. All right, so let's take a look at our SPY, guys. So you can see right here that the SPY was, still kind of testing that VWAP area, but it looks like the VWAP kind of held. UPST. This is an earnings play. Boy, this is getting hammered. I didn't really see this in the pre-market, probably because it's down 13%. So in the top 15 of the ones that were down, it wasn't there. But wow. So here's Upstart, guys, but it's straight down. I mean, I'd like to see maybe a little pop up and then a resumption. If I want to short this one, I just can't take it now. Yeah, I mean, there's some people who are really in. I would say that a minuscule amount of our customers actually do back testing. But it is fun. I mean, if you've got the time and the inclination, it can be a lot of fun. Ah, man, UPB, that is coming from, shoot, I forgot to mention this one. It's on my list. I don't know if I mentioned this one. This was on my list of stocks to be watching because what happened is it popped up and it came right back down. I can't remember if I mentioned it. You have to look at if you look at a 5-minute chart, I'll back this up. You see what happened? I mean, popped up to 30. No, that yesterday? What day are we now? Yeah. This is in the pre-market. I mean, just an absolute. I enjoyed it. I really got into back testing back in 2010 when I took the program. It can be fun if you got the time. It's kind of fun to play if you like math. Okay, it's kind of fun. Oh man, my big miss. My big miss. Yeah, of course. You take a. What I actually found with backtesting is that a lot of the things that I thought I read on the internet that could work couldn't get anything to work, and that one of them was the opening range break. Could not backtest it so I could get anything that made sense. Doesn't mean it doesn't. It doesn't mean there's somebody out there that hasn't been able to do it, but well, if you don't do it, you're convincing yourself to do it. So backtest an opening range break and see what happens. Oh, my miss on the UPB. From your scan, William, no, doesn't require any programming at all. Go to the guide and you'll see how you'll read about it. Okay, it doesn't require any programming. You have to create your own strategy and then backtest it. And then sometimes what you'll find you'll see if the equity curve is at all decent, and then you can start to fine tune it. Maybe you'll find a price range that is better. Maybe a time that's better, like a time range that's better. But you can go to the guide and you can check the whole section on backtesting. And there you go. I mean, that, and 2 or 3 hours a day, Ozzy's doing it. But you've got the time, obviously, because what happens is you can back test something, you can fine tune it, and it looks pretty good. Okay, the equity curve looks really good, and so you say okay, and then 2 or 3 days later you go, wait a minute, what the heck is happening? It's not everything. All the alerts are just not that great. So you have to go back and you have to tweak it, like Ozzy is saying. Tweaking it meaning maybe change the price range, maybe changing some of the filters. Wow. You know what? The U's are wild today, guys. The U's are wild. Look at UPB, UPST, and U. The U's are wild. And I'm kicked off at myself for missing the UPB. That was on a short. Oh, well. Yeah, I mean, back testing does not ensure that, going forward it's going to work. I mean, back testing, for those of you, I don't talk about back testing really at all, but I mean, the theory is this: you take a strategy that you've created, and then some kind of a trigger, new high, new low of the day, opening range break, whatever the real time alert is, and then you can back test up to 3 months, 63 trading days. And what the back tester will do is say, okay, what if you took every single alert that happened over the last 63 days? What would have happened? Now, it doesn't ensure that going forward, the same thing is going to happen, but that's the theory behind backtesting. So let me answer Ron's question first, W. Harrison. Yeah, this is just okay. I guess I do have I do have it here. Okay, so all that means is this. Let me click on PHIO. Okay, if I click on PHIO, so what it's saying is if you took this stock right now at 139, they're suggesting a stop of 133. Okay, that's all that means. Okay, does it mean you should do that? But that's what it means. And if I take a look at KXI or like take a look at SUNE, very active. If you took the stock right now at 238, they're suggesting a smart stop of 228. Okay, that's what it means. The green is just so it's hard to see because you cannot see the top of it, but nothing highly scientific. Let's make the math easy. If I took the stock right here at 236 and the stock was at say 230, so 6 cents away, the target would be 12 cents above the current price. Okay, just double. That's all it is. Doesn't mean you should follow it. For some, it might be an interesting guide. Do I use it? No, but because I have my own idea of putting stops, etc. But it's not maybe not the worst thing if you're just starting out. And how is it generated? It's a proprietary way of generating. So here, you took AEHR at 35.74 or so. They're suggesting a stop of 34.43. Okay, that's what it means. And if AEHR got up to say 38 and you clicked on the alert, that stop would not be the same because it's a moving target. Depends on where you like what you clicked on or when you clicked on it and what the price was. So that is not going to stay the same all day. What, the smart stop? No, nothing to do with candles. You know, if you, it doesn't matter if I have a 2 minute. Well, I shouldn't say that. I can't tell you what the actual math is. Okay, I mean it's some kind of proprietary. I think it takes into account ETRs and well, Vito. I mean I'm using bar chart. I mean it's sort of the same. I mean it's yeah. I just like the presentation. I mean they call them candles. I just these are bar charts. It's just a different presentation. I just like the way. I think I just find it cleaner. It's it doesn't. Most people use candlesticks. I mean, I use candlesticks for decades, but I switched over to bar charts probably last year because when I had Go No Go, when I was using the Go No Go system, you needed to use bar charts. And when I started using them, I thought, wow, I really like this better. It's all in the presentation, okay? It's just the visually, I like them better. That's all. So now I'll maybe start looking at bounces for some of these ones that okay, BWA guys, he's just running away though, running away. It's an earnings play. BWA is an earnings play. No, I can't do it, Vito. Okay, you can do it. Okay, if you have a premium service, you can do it. Okay, just create the scan and do the back tester on it. Oh, sorry, W. Harrison, you were talking about. Well, I don't use 1 minute. Okay, the shortest I use is a 2 minute. I mean, you can try it. You can use 1 minute if you want. But you can do it, Vito. Just create. I mean, I know you've been around long enough. You should be able to create an alert, like a scan with whatever they are, whatever they're using in terms of the price range they're using, price or volume, minimum volume. I mean, they must have all of that. So just create your scan based on that, and then run the back tester on whatever opening range break they're using. Is it a 2 minute, a 5 minute, a 10, or 30, 15, 30? Well, it's not how many. Remember now, had I somehow got into BWA here for some reason, okay, maybe I like what I saw right here. So it's not a matter of how many. Right now, I can't take it because it's extended. Okay, I use the wave like this though. I mean, if I had taken BWA down here for some reason, a break through the VWAP, I like what I saw. I checked left. I really like what I saw. Now, and I'm in this trade at 58 dollars. Now I'm riding the wave. Okay, so it's not how many. It's now I'm just riding the wave. Boy, William, I just did not take them. So many great shorts from that scan of yours. I know you look at bounces on it, but boy, oh boy. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Okay, guys, Novo is on the way down here. NVO on the way down. So even though they kind of won that, they got Hims to drop their clone version of this of their drug, not helping today. Boy, both Z and ZG. This is a couple of earnings plays, guys. Z and ZG. Well, Z and then yeah, I don't know what the difference is exactly, but what's the volume here for ZG is 465,000, and the volume here, way more volume. And meanwhile, UPB just continues to crater. It's interesting because the market is starting. Well, now it's starting to give up at 200 day. I'm sorry, the VWAP. All right, guys, it is now a little after 10 o'clock. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage, all the information, including some of the scans, and races, etc., that I'm sharing. Okay. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. At the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can get 22% off, okay, using my code, Barry22. That will get you off, and please listen carefully, 22% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service, okay? You'll get 22% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, please use my code. If you use my code, whatever you're going to take out a subscription, I'm not saying you have to do it today or tomorrow, but anytime in the future, helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room, and also for those of you on YouTube, I'm moderating the trading room. And this trading room has a lot more action in it. A lot more traders are in this room. So there's a lot more interaction, way more robust. You want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. Okay, if all you care about is perhaps seeing my screen and listening to me, that's fine. But if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst traders, this is the room to be in, and it's free. Also, there's no delay. YouTube has about a 7 or 8 second delay imposed on us by YouTube, where this room has no delay. Now, the other nice thing about this room, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. OB opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you want to come into a room that has people talking about what's happening in the pre-market, come into this room 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't open it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me, and I'd be 3:45 my time. So many thanks to Obi for opening this room at 6:45. Okay, and I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. And I usually go sometime between 2 and 2:30. That's when I start thinking about taking off. I'll always say later, though, if there are questions. I think I did say later, almost at 3 yesterday. But even when I leave, William in the trading room will keep the room open, usually. We'll find out later. Usually it's, say, 3:45, sometimes almost to 4, depending on if there's any interesting earnings plays. So this room is, this is typically, I would say this room is open till from 6:45 to 3:45. I have to shut down YouTube when I leave, though. So, first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the very first thing you must do is you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay, getting started with Trade Ideas. This is 12 short videos to get you started. It's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but it'll cover all the key elements. Okay, do yourself a favor. This is mandatory you do it. If you are new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos, 15 of them. If you are new to trading, back to basics. One thing I always forget to do. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Wow, it's been a challenge. The trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. And if you sign up for the trade, and you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. And if you sign up for it though, and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder first. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It might be in there. Trade of the week this week is GME. It actually did trigger, but it is really not moving from the trigger. When I say trigger, when you get the email, there'll be a suggested entry area. Okay, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you, but it is free. Now, looking for what I'm sharing, you click on that custom scan section. So this is what I am currently sharing. These two races here, the large cap, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, the large cap version, and then this one, this race over here is a race that has no market cap minimum or minimum float. So you will get some big percentage moves here. Rarely will you get a percentage move over 1% here. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means these are less volatile. And, perhaps, if you're starting out trading, I might probably take a look at this more than this. These are wonderful when you get on the right side, but they're very volatile. So stocks can move up very quickly, big percentage moves, but they can drop just as quickly or more quickly. I'm not saying this is easy, and it's still not easy, but they're just less volatile. But I have other scans, things that I'm sharing. The halts resumes, you can see. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. And I have others, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. These three scans right here, the momentum, gap. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. Okay, so if you have any questions about the scans or anything else about Trade Ideas, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. You don't have to wait till noon. And people get, they think that they can only wait. Excuse me, and have to wait till noon because between 12 and 1. Now, today's a little different. I'm going to check to see if Dan, the CEO from Trade Ideas, is actually going to do a YouTube stream today. I think he is. Man, Z and ZG, straight down, like straight down. So you're talking about between 12 and 1, Vito? Yeah, so on Mondays, okay, on a typical week, Mondays it'll be Chris Varley. Tuesday, it could be Chris or Steve or Andy. Wednesday, Dan Merkin, the CEO, will start his own stream. Thursday, it should be Steve, and Friday, it should be Andy. And it's nothing to do with premium subscribers. I mean, that's just the way it, these rooms are all free. So you can be premium, you can be standard, you can be a non-subscriber. These rooms are free. Oh boy. Look at Z, guys. I mean, straight down. Like, I'm talking straight down. Yeah, Chris does do some back testing. You're right. He does do some back testing. You're absolutely right. But Vito, you know how to create a scan, right? You know how to do that. Alert window. You know how to do that, right? Okay, so take your scan. So imagine this was your scan, and then you right click, and well, first of all, you're a premium subscriber. Back test the strategy. Okay, and this is where nobody's going to tell you, well, you should start at 10 o'clock and end at 4 o'clock. I mean, this is where it gets interesting. Figuring out when you want to start your first trade. You're, that's the fiddling around of it. And the timed exit, risk management, how much you're going to risk per trade. And when you run it, you'll get an equity curve, and then you'll see, the time frames that you've picked. Time frames, in other words, if you, I mean, this is where nobody's going to say, well, these are all the values you should use to make it work. Okay, and this is where it gets interesting. This is where you have to play around. Nobody's going to tell you, well, this is exactly what you should do. Only take the trades 30 minutes after entry. You might say, well, take it 7 minutes and it's terrible. Well, what if I wait 23 minutes, or what if I wait 36 minutes? Okay, before I take my first trade. There's no way that anybody's going to be able to tell you, well, this is exactly what you should do. But that's how you start. So, question in our YouTube room: how to bring gold into TradeWave? Well, first of all, you have to have TradeWave inactive, right? So, if I take a look at gold, all you have to do is just load it, okay? And it depends on the time frame you're looking at. And so, I'll have to call you YI, okay? This is in our YouTube room, YI 2902. Have you got the TradeWave on your chart? Have you got it? That's the first thing. And TradeWave, it's just part of our standard service. Okay, so basically, when you say how to bring gold into TradeWave, it's not so much you're bringing TradeWave into gold. So if you look, just type in on your chart GLD. If this is something you want to follow every single day, okay, every single day, and what you do is you just put gold, get your chart. Depends on the time frame you want. You get a 5 minute, 2 minute, 15, whatever chart. I would say, Vito, that almost 100% somebody's going to say no. No. When you go on YouTube and somebody is saying, "Look, this is a fantastic strategy," and I'm not trying to dismiss it. Okay, really, I'm not. But you have to take, people who on YouTube saying this is a fabulous strategy, you should use it. You'll make 80% will be winners. You just have to kind of take it with a grain of salt. But why not? I mean, why not just create the strategy and backtest it just to see? You've got the premium service. You just see. Well, when you say to the dashboard, are you using our downloadable application 2902 in our YouTube room? I mean, if you have our service, you should, in my opinion, you should be using this. Okay, if you have our premiums, well, you don't even need our premium service. But just put, then you can have a gold chart, and then you just wait to see when a buy signal shows up or a sell signal, or the flags. Unfortunately, you're not going to get an alert when it happens. Okay, but if you're just looking at gold all day long or silver all day long, it'll be pretty obvious when one happens. And okay, well then all you have to do is just how to create a chart, a new chart, and just type in gold, and here you will. And whatever time frame you want, make sure it's on the time frame. I don't know what time frame you want to see it on, a 5 or a 2 or a 15 or a 30. That's up to you, of course. But what you cannot do is get an alert for when it happens. That's why But if you're into gold every single day, just make keep a chart up and running and watch it. Now look at the spy. Now look at the spy. So here's a big sell. Some people play the spy. So if you'd seen that sell flag right there, again, this is an idea. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to do this just because you get a sell flag. Okay. In this case, it did. But at least it's alerting you to the fact that maybe the trend has changed. Okay. So did that make sense to you? 2902 in our YouTube room. Just get a chart up and running. Just get whatever time frame you want for gold, and whatever time frame makes sense to you, and then just watch it. There's again, you cannot get an alert when the buy or the sell flag shows up, but if you're somebody who wants to watch gold every single day, or silver every single day, or the spy every single day, it's just a matter of having a chart, and then you just kind of watch it. Okay, so it shows Apple. Okay, all you have to do is start typing. Typically, this is all you have to do. Yeah, I guess Apple probably is the default. Okay, so all you have to do is if you start typing most of the time, like I'll start typing AAPL, I'm starting to type. Okay, just start typing, and that changes it. So if I want to get to gold, I just start typing. I'm typing G. See how up here? Here's the G up here, LD, and there it is. And I can just click on it or hit enter, and it'll change. Now, if that's not working, if somehow when you are in the chart and you start typing and that's not working, then hit the space bar. See what happens when I hit the space bar? The same thing kind of happens. You get the box up there, and then you just start typing. But I would say that 98% of people, all they have to do is just start typing in the chart, and that'll change. That'll change it to the symbol you want. That's all I'm doing. I'm just typing. Okay. And then make sure the other thing to do is make sure the symbol linking is unchecked. So if you right click on the chart, go to properties, and make sure symbol linking is unchecked. So that because when you click on a symbol, you don't want it to change from whatever that symbol is, from gold to whatever symbol you click on. So just make sure that symbol linking. So right click on it on the chart, box pops up, properties, and basically two choices. Symbol linking is checked or unchecked. So for instance, on my SPY chart, right click. I don't want the SPY chart to change. So I right click. You see how it's unchecked. Where I want all these time frames to change when I click on a symbol. Boy, today was the short day, guys. Even though the market at the beginning was quite up, but look at the sell-off on the SPY, and look at all these. Okay, did that work for you? 2902 in our YouTube room. How to change it to gold or whatever other symbol you want? Did that work? Okay, guys, what time is it now? 10:20. So what I want to do now is go over, then this could be a way that some of you will use trade ideas, okay? Okay, good. So just follow it then. You just have to wait to see when a buy or a sell flag shows up. Again, you cannot get an alert when that happens. You cannot. You're not going to get a notification email. Okay, I know they're working on it, but they've been working on it for a long time. Okay, 2902. It just Well, when you say trade in a bad market, I mean, depends what you mean by a bad market. Right now, this is a great shorting market. Okay, so there's no such thing, in my opinion, as a bad market. Okay, you just trade what the market is telling you. Okay, there's no such thing as a bad market. So right now, I mean, you're looking at potential up from here, shorting opportunities. So there's no such thing as a bad market unless you only want to go long. Well, for instance, if I were a bounce player and I was looking at a market like this and I had some kind of an alert for a potential bounce, would I take it? No. I would never take I'm not saying the stock wouldn't bounce at all, but you're going counter to the market completely if you're trying to play any sort of a bounce. I'm not saying nothing will bounce, but probably will be somewhat short-lived, especially if it kind of tracks the market. So that is, I just look at the SPY. I don't try to overcomplicate things. Okay, I just look at the SPY, giving me the direction of the market. I don't really need to know how many stocks are moving down versus up. Well, you cannot. You're asking for, you cannot. There's nothing that is going to absolutely confirm. Okay, all you can do is get an alert that's saying, okay, um, maybe a potential bounce because it's down so much, consecutive candles in a row. RSI is really low for those of you who look at it that way, but it doesn't mean it's going to bounce. I mean, look at the market right now. Why would you ever try to play a bounce right now when the market's doing this? The market doesn't have to be shooting higher, but you certainly don't want to try to play a bounce in a market that is doing this right now, in my opinion. I'm not saying nothing will bounce. So I would have the SPY chart or some way you want to track the market. Okay, I use the SPY, that's all. But let's take a look at I want to click on new and then click on dock channel bar. And then I'm going to click on the show more. And then I'm going to click on sector status. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the sector status. And now we're going to dive into the sectors and see what's happening. So these are the sectors that we're tracking right here. Okay, these are the sectors. There are more sectors available out there, but these are the ones that we are tracking. And so what that 57% means is that of these ones that we're tracking, 57% are up from yesterday's close, 42% are down. So the top sector right now doesn't mean it's going to keep ripping higher. In fact, you can just see it dropped a bit, but the top sector right now is silver in this list of stock or list of sectors, silver, SLV. So, I mean, if you wanted to take, but I can tell right off the bat, I mean, when we first loaded this, it was up at three. So it is dropping a little bit. And just look at the 15-minute chart. You can see it's starting to drop. Okay. But, silver is the strong sector right now. Energy, XLE, these are at least positive. Doesn't mean they're going to remain positive. It doesn't mean that you can take any silver play right now and it's going to go higher for you. No, you have to look at the silver ETF and you can see it's dropping right now a bit. Now, what I also would do is let's take a look at the worst sector. Go down, look at the worst sector. NLR, that is an ETF for uranium and the nukes. So this is the worst sector right now, 1.9%. Okay, so the idea behind this is if you thought you wanted to play take a silver stock and you look at the sector, you say, well, okay, at least it's positive, maybe this that silver stock has got a little bit of news on its own. It gives you a little more confidence to take a silver stock than right now taking a nuke or uranium stock. Then we have 11 from this list. We have 11 of them mapped out here. So take a look at financials. This is kind of ugly. Well, 87% of the ones that make up the financial sector, XLF, okay, XLF, are down from yesterday's close. 87% are down. It's sort of interesting, though, to take, well, which one is bucking the trend? Well, there's AIG. Is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play. Okay, AIG is an earnings play. So that is completely bucking the overall trend of the sector. So, it could be interesting to trade it. Maybe it's eventually going to fade, but that is the top performing stock within XLF. Let's go down to the bottom though. What's the worst? And you can say AIZ. AIZ is the worst, down 6.5%. It's an earnings play. How can I tell quickly it's an earnings play? Because I got the single stock window. And we have the earnings date there, so I can tell it's an earnings play. Okay, so you can maybe zero in on the top one and zero in on the worst one, and you can go to the different sectors and take a look. You might have a favorite sector that you like to chart all day long. Look at consumer staples. What a great sector today. 91% of them are up. The top one is Clorox, CLX. Is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. For whatever reason, it's up. But I think it's also very interesting to see, well, what one is bucking the trend? So this is Constellation, STZ, and this is not an earnings play, but it's bucking the trend. Virtually every consumer staple stock is up except this one. And, well, these three. So that's, you can maybe pick your favorite sector and follow these stocks all day long. That could be a way in which a person uses trade ideas. Okay, and that's just the sector status. Well, and the other thing, 2902, to enable notification to email when the buy signal, you cannot get an alert anyway. Even if the function of sending real time alerts to email was working the way the company would like it to, as I said, you cannot get an alert when a buy or sell signal shows up on the chart. Okay, you cannot get an alert. I'd love for the company eventually. To find a way to do it, but you cannot get a real-time alert when a buy or sell flag shows up on the chart. Okay. Now listen, well, not just to you, but others. I just want to. You're gonna, when Dan, if he is going to do his YouTube stream today, I was going to ask him the question. Keep asking him, okay? Keep asking him. I don't know, I don't know what he's going to say, but I just got a confirmation that Dan will be starting a YouTube stream, his own, at noon. I remember when TDC was ripping higher. Now, like the market, like the overall market, it's starting to fade. Nah, I'm not going to talk about it. It's nonsense. One of these QVC stocks. I mean, you find a way to trade it, great. But there were so many of them yesterday. I know, William, you said, or was it the Liberty stocks or the QVC stocks? There was a whole bunch of them in the halt resumes later in the day. I saw that. It was QVC, okay. Because the Liberty stocks and do the same type of thing. Almost. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, listen, I mean, I don't want to. I mean, if you can figure out a way to trade this, actually, I mean, the spread isn't terrible. I thought the Liberty stocks and go are probably worse, way worse. I mean, when I look at the spreads of the Liberty stocks, which there are, Liberty A, B, C, D, E. I don't know what this is, but it is tradable. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. So what is this market? Is it we're going to have a bounce, or are we going to have a bounce? Looks like we're having a bit of a bounce now. I'll put a price alert up in the VWAP area, see if we can bounce all the way back up there. I mean, it's such a weird 8% fixed rate cumulative something or other. It's such a weird thing to trade, but cumulative redeemable preferred stock. But it's got a ton of volume, 4.9. Listen, I didn't mean to dismiss it. I actually thought it was worse than I thought. I thought it was number one, a little more expensive, but I also thought the spread was going to be ridiculous. Okay, let's take a look at this race. I want to go over this race right here. Okay, and the concept of racing. Before I do that, though, and this is for you too, Vito. Okay, not just the racing. So click on my homepage link. Okay, and when you click on my homepage link, scroll down until you get to the education set. Whoops, education section right here. Click on the more info. And at the top is our user guide. Okay, there's our user guide. Now, Vito, back testing. Here's where you can find all about back testing. Okay. I'm going to go over the race right here. Okay, this is the concept of racing, how you can create your own race, your own set of parameters. I'm going to go over this race, but back testing is right here. Okay, here's a whole section on back testing. You can read that. Okay, right there, back testing. Now, the race. So what you're seeing here, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, this is that's why I call that. So what happens is over the course of the day, you can see right now in this race, there are 9 stocks. Eventually, there will be 10 in each one of these. Okay, and that's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. You can see that QVCGP has won 6 races. That's what the number beside it means. CCHH, 3 races, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list built automatically for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So right now, and I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. Okay, that's why I want to direct you to that guide. It shows you how you can set up your own race, your own time frame. So what does that 7.8% mean? That means that since the race started about 3 minutes ago, this stock, HTLM, sorry, has moved the most percentage-wise. Now, if it maintains its position, doesn't necessarily have to, of course. It's like any other race. Some other stock could supplant it at the top. But right now, it's up 6%. So, another 46 seconds to go. If it wins a race, you'll see it here as the number 8, because it's not here. It won't be added. It hasn't won a race before. So it will be added. You can wait for this race to be over. Now, a couple of things. You don't have to wait. Number 1, well, see what happened. Look at that. QVC GP just took over. So it's probably, assuming it's going to maintain for the next 20 seconds, it's going to win its 7th race. It's going to wait. Look at TDC now, guys. Look at it. How great a short was that? Okay, so we just won a race. That's the 7th race. You can see, you always see the last winner up here. Okay, the last winner. But see, so this has won 7 races now. There will be some days, and this could be the one. You'll see some days in which, a couple of stocks might win 15, 20, 30 races over the course of the day. Obviously, super active. Now, 2 things. You don't have to wait, number 1, for a race to be over and for you to click on a symbol. You don't. What I would do is, if a stock is leading a race, like this one is again leading a race, I would click on it to see what's happening. Is it setting up for you? Sometimes these stocks have pulled back to a level, maybe to the VWAP or maybe to a moving average you like, and maybe they're starting to bounce, and that's why it's moving a lot. Doesn't these stocks don't absolutely have to be at the high of the day or anything. They could have pulled back and then they're starting to move. You don't know that, of course, until you click on the symbol. Here's NCI. Let's see. Take a look at NCI, just over $1. Let's see what's happening with it. Look at the volume that's coming in. NCI. Now I look left. I don't like it because I'm looking at all this area. It could stall it. Somebody else might look at that and go, "Well, I don't care. That's not enough for me not to take the trade. That's fine." There's the 200-day moving average up there. So number 1, you don't have to wait for the race to be over. You see the stock at the top here. I would certainly click on it, just see what's happening. But I would also click on anything you're seeing in this list just to see what's happening. NAMM has been a very active stock. So here's Classic. Look what it's doing. It's sitting on the VWAP. If you are a bit of a VWAP player, thinking that the VWAP can act as support, it comes into it, it'll hold and then maybe move from there, then this could be something you might want to trade, even though it's not at the top here, but it's on this list and it won a race before. Okay, this might be your style of trading. You buy the stock now, you put your stock just under the VWAP, and you see what happens. There's no guarantee it's going to keep moving higher, but there's no guarantee of anything going in the direction you want it to. So a couple of things. So I would click on anything that's won a race before also. See what's happening. So here's, KXIN. If you're a VWAP player, you're watching this and think, will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support and then bounce off it? So maybe you put a price alert right around the VWAP area and see if it gets a little bit closer to it. So the question really should be now, though, is why are these stocks showing up? So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in this race, notice and this box pops up, open top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list that I created, notice it says launch real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So why are these stocks showing up in my top list window? Well, if I right click and click on configure, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Understand that this is what I want to see. This does not have to be what you want to see. You control, the filter. You want to, if you like it the way it is, fine. But maybe you look at that price range. I don't like that price range. Change it. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it. The value. Maybe there's some filters you want to add. I mean, that's why I'm saying that the race starts from a top list window that you create based on the stocks that you want to see. So you can still use a top list window like this, but because before we had races, the normal use of a top list window would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Well, as long as I have the header change from the close, which is that C%, I can double left click on it. Okay. And it's going to show me the stocks that are up the most today from yesterday's close. Let me just click on it again. Okay. So QVCGP is up 139% from yesterday's close. NCI 69%, etc. Okay. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade of the day, it's opening trade of the day. The same one is up 140%. A lot of these numbers are going to be the same, but they could be very different if that's how you want to see the stocks. But I'm going to keep it on the change from the close of yesterday. And again, why are these stocks? Because they're meeting all my filter requirements. You might say, well, wait a minute, I have a stock that's up 400%. That means that, maybe you're looking at penny stocks, stocks under $1 or something. It all depends on what you were looking at. So with that in mind, you can see that, probably most of the day, the NCIs and the QVCGPs are going to be pretty active in this race. That's because a lot of eyeballs are on these. Look at the volume that is being traded. Okay, a lot of eyeballs are going to be on here. But what the beauty of the race is that there could be at some point in the day some stock that's down here, and all of a sudden, here's CPRI. It's only up 2% from yesterday's close. What if, for whatever reason, CPRI just started to move? It's up 3%, 4%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know? Well, that's what the race does. The race does not care whether a stock is up a lot from yesterday's close. All it cares about is in this list of stocks that you're interested in seeing because of the price range, etc. What is moving the most percentage-wise? That's all it cares about. And that's how you can spot something that maybe, you haven't even seen all day. And all of a sudden you see, whoa, I haven't seen that stock all day. Here's Trox. I don't even know where Trox is. It's probably in the middle of the pack. There it is. I mean, it's up 3%, but it's showing up in this list of stocks. Okay. So hopefully you're understanding the concept of all this and how you basically you control the race based on your parameters. You can also do things like maybe you have a list of stocks that you like to see every day, a basket of stocks, maybe 20 or 30 you like to see every single day. and you can run a race on just those stocks. Or maybe it could be a different grouping of stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work and you say, wow, I want to follow, you after the market closes, you look at some of the stocks that have moved, say, wow, I want to follow those stocks tomorrow. You can, create what we call a watch list, a symbol list, actually, a watch list, and you can attach it to your top list window and then just launch the race based on those stocks. Okay. And, I think it's really pretty powerful because if you're now, again, a top 10 list is created for you. You could just follow these stocks all day long then. Instead of flitting around and all sorts of different stocks, you could just say, this is my watch list for the day as it gets built. You notice that in this one, there are 10 stocks now. And why? Now, there's a big difference. Watch what happens when I open this top list. Look how small it is. Now, because it's this small, doesn't mean it's going to be these stocks all day long. This list can shrink. It can get bigger because, and this one could do the same. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the same stocks all day long. Have to meet the filter requirements. So in this particular race, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. 200,000 shares have traded, up 2%, but from yesterday's close. This is what restricts really the number of stocks that you're going to see normally. The market cap has to be at least half a billion, minimum float of 50 million, and then this one really starts restricting the position in the day's range. So you see 95 is there. If I put 100 there, that means that the stock would have to be basically at the high of the day. So by putting 95 there, I want to see stocks near the high of the day. Again, that doesn't have to be what you want to see. You can control everything. But that's why you're not going to get a big list of stocks, especially with the market doing what it's doing now. If the market was still ripping higher, this list would be a lot bigger. But so this is actually interesting because these stocks now are running counter to the market. You want to go long something. Well, these are stocks that are running counter to the market. They don't really care that the market is doing this. Okay. Here's AT&T, communication stock. I don't understand your question. The reasoning, I just happen to like to see stocks near the high of the day. That's me personally, Vito. Others will say, I hate that, rather see stocks that have pulled back. I mean, that's just me. I just like to see stocks near the high of the day. And, especially, this is actually pretty interesting. What if all of a sudden you get some volume here and it pops? Okay. There's no theory behind it so much. It's just, over my decades of trading, it's just what I happen to like to see, stocks near the high or the low of the day. Others hate that. They'd rather see a stock pulling back into the VWAP or some moving average, and that's fine. That's fine. You have to develop your own trading style. There's no one trading style that is perfect for everybody. Let me rephrase that. There are different trading styles out there. You have to find your niche. What do you like to see? I'm just not that great at playing pullbacks. It's that simple. Okay. And the other thing is that, what I started to do back in 2010 when I took this program, just as a subscriber, like anybody else in here, like you, going to YouTube and trying to figure out, well, what sort of strategy do I want? This room wasn't around, and what sort of strategy? I had no idea. So you go on YouTube and you see all these different types of strategies, and you start creating different scans based on those strategies. And what was happening is I had so much coming at me all day long that I was getting. I really have too much coming at me right now. I probably have to pare down some stuff. But before, I might have had like 10 alert windows, 10 top list windows. And yeah, I'm clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done because I didn't want to miss any type of strategy. I realized that, you'll get nothing done. And you just have to make I had to make up my mind, well, what am I gonna get rid of? And it's tough, because what type of strategy am I gonna get rid of and concentrate on then in just a couple? And I found that my eye just liked to see stocks near the high or the low of the day and kind of try to trade that. Yeah, I mean, I looked at Hinge. Yeah, I mean, I've missed so many in the scan. I've just missed so many that have been fantastic. One day I'm not going to talk, guys. I'm going to open the room and I'm not talking unless there's a question. Because I now here's one that just showed up, but it's a kind of a cheap one. But what we're talking about here, look at Hinge. This is the don't repeat version of it. There's Hinge, HNGE, 36. I mean, look at that, 36.53 on the alert, and ride the wave down. Now, there was the alert, that little blue arrow up. It's got nothing to do with the direction to take the trade. It just happens. It's just telling you what candle. Here's on the 5-minute chart. That's where it showed up on the 2-minute chart. Like quite the only time I would have taken some off maybe is right here where that the bar started to pierce into the wave. I might have taken some off, but certainly not all. And then you just keep riding that wave down. Okay. And look, I mean, UPB right from the beginning was just UPST, so many. Hinge, TDC 38.66. It may have popped now a little bit. No, 35.91. I've just missed out. And if you want that scan, I can give it to you. It's not on my homepage. How can you change the moving average in a chart? Well, I use Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you if it's better. Better than what? I mean, I've been using Interactive Brokers for 9 years now, and I can't imagine I'll ever change anything else. Now I am limited. I'm in Canada, so I'm a little bit limited, to the number of brokers I have that I can actually use. But I just think Interactive Brokers is awesome. Awesome for me means it's stable. I don't give a rip about, people say, the charts are ugly and this and that. I really don't care. The presentation of Trade Idea or Interactive Brokers, probably it's not as good as some of the other fancier ones. I really don't care. All I care about is that it's stable. And I've never had it freeze up on me in 9 years. It seems to execute the way I want. That's all I care about. So now RC, well, when you use your phone, wow, I mean, you're trying to trade using your phone, Ron? I mean, I'm not saying you can't, but so when you say change the moving average in a chart, RC, so do you have a moving average that you've got already? You added on a chart in a chart? It's almost impossible to watch TR on your phone. I mean, yeah, I mean, so Salty, just give me a moment, okay? Okay. Just give me a moment. I'll answer your question. So moving average. So if you've got a moving average, so I've got if you right click and go to indicators on the chart. Now it depends. If you're using okay, really hate this, but if you're using our browser interface charts, it's going to be slightly different. And here I'm not using the browser interface charts. Didn't notice I was not checked. So can you tell me, so you're using the browser interface. Okay. So if you right click and then go to indicators, this is what's going to show up. Now, if you have added a moving average, then you would just go to it. Imagine that were the moving average. It's volume. Whoops. Just give me, almost a disaster. Almost a disaster. Almost spilled coffee all over my keyboard and everything. But disaster averted. So imagine imagine that I left clicked on volume, it's highlighted, and now here's where I can, make my changes if you want. Oh, it's okay. It was just didn't have much in there. Let me go to where I do have, well, even VWAP. No, I'll go to it's the same idea because I do have the moving average on here. Edit. Okay, so right there, the moving average. So I could change the period right here. It'd be the same thing on yours. Okay, I'm just using. You would highlight the moving average that you've got, and there'll be a box that should show up that says periods. I wanted to do this. Make it easier for you. Okay, so right click and go to indicators. Click on indicators and find my moving average wherever it is. Edit. Okay, now I can change my. Sorry, here it is, SMA 200. So now I can change. Because I thought I could. Here we are. Here's the periods. Okay. So here's how you can change it to whatever period you want, if that's what you're trying to do. You just highlight it, and here's or the color or whatever you want. But here's where I'm assuming that's what you want to try to do to change the period, or okay. So does that make sense? I'll do it again. So right click and click on indicators. Right click on the chart, click on indicators, and then click on edit first. Never mind going all this. Click on edit first. And here's my moving average. So you would probably have a moving average of some sort. Left click on it to highlight it. Once it's highlighted, then the box will pop up. You might have to scroll down a little bit to find the period and then just change it. Change whatever period you want and then save it, if that's what you want to do. Okay, are we good? Okay. And don't forget to save your work, okay? Make sure you save you make a change like that. If you just exit trade ideas without saving anything, it's not gonna save it. So just remember to make sure you save your, at the very least, when you click on file, exit, it's gonna ask you, do you wanna bring this layout back when you load trade ideas? Say yes, and so everything you've done will be saved. That's at the very least do that. All right, Salty, where are you? Salty, you still around? Salty Droid? Okay. So first thing, what was your question exactly? How to control the race. Where do I find the parameters? I said I forgot. Okay. So I will just direct you to the guide, but I will show you here. I'll show you a real quick way to do it. Okay. But you can go to the guide because you can forget what I'm going to say. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit, click on the education section, and then click on the user guide up here. And then there's a whole section. There's a whole section on stock racing. TI stock racing is right here, okay? But, so here it is in the guide, TI stock racing. So let's say you loaded my race. I'm going to duplicate my race because I don't want to overwrite it. Now here's a very quick way. Okay, my race. Here's a really quick way how you can change things. If you click on the gear, now this is the settings, okay? It's not going to change the race time. I'll show you how you can do that if that's what you want. But if you click on the gear, Okay, now here's this is going to pop up. You're going to find a way very quickly. If you don't like the price range, you can change the price range and the minimum volume right here. But if you want to look at all the filters that are in that race, you click on advanced. Now you're going to see them all. Okay, so here's where you can make changes if you want. Maybe again, you want to change you can easily have changed your price range and the minimum volume in that previous step, but maybe you want to change, this one where the stock is up 2%. Okay. Maybe you want to change that number. Maybe you don't care. Or maybe you want to add some filters of your own. If you have any trading experience, maybe you want to add some filters of your own. Okay. So that's a quick way of doing it. That makes sense so far? Okay. Now, people ask, well, you know what? How do I control this though, the 4-minute race? So what you can do is you click on the box there. That stops the race. Clicking on the box right there stops the race. And then you right click and show race setup. And here's how you can control, for instance, how long you want the race to run, the 4 minutes. You ask why I picked 4 minutes? I picked 4 minutes. That's all there is to it. Nothing magical about it. Okay. You can pick 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2, 10, 15, whatever you want. This is probably something that people might want to take a look at. See where it says auto start on load? I have it unchecked. Okay. But if you want the race to start, for instance, in the pre-market, okay. If you want to start the race when you load trade ideas, and if that happens to be in the pre-market, you would just click auto start on load. So that means the race will start whenever you start trade ideas. Now, what I do is I like to start my race at 9:30 Eastern time. So I say I've checked auto start at time and I've picked 9:30. That's when I want to start my race. Doesn't have to be what you guys do. Okay. So if you do want it to start when you load trade ideas, then just check auto start at load, whether it's in the pre-market or whenever you load trade ideas. Okay. But again, here's how you can control this 10. That controls how many symbols you'll see. Okay. Okay, Lalonde, I'll get to your question. I'll get to your question. Well, you have to stop the race. You have to stop the race, remember? Give me a moment, please. Give me one moment. Guys, give me a moment, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I am now back. Okay, I will get to your question alone. Okay, just give me a moment. So, Salty, I don't understand. So, if you've got my race, if you loaded my race, you do not see a square or the gear. I mean, did you load my race? Okay, is it possible? Let me just do this. Is it possible? No, I was shrinking it. I don't know how it's possible. So is the race running? Is the race running? Are you seeing like the action? Oh, you did not load my race. Oh, I thought you said you loaded the race. Well, why don't you load the race? I thought you were trying to make changes in the race. That's what I was showing you. Or do you have your own race? You know how to load my race. You know how to load anything. So so basically you want the race. That's really your question. How do you load the race? Is that what you mean? So it's on your screen? No. So you want the race. Oh, okay. Well, that's a different question completely. Well, just click on my homepage link. Okay. Click on my homepage link and then scroll down till you get that middle section right there, the scans. And here are the two races. Here are the two races. Large cap gainers is here, and then the other one is over here. Now, do you know how to load it? You know, like, click on the open scan. Do you know how to click on a link and then get it onto your screen? No, we had an issue yesterday with somebody. So again, do you know how to load? You know, yeah, here are the links for what I'm sharing. You know how to load it, get it onto your screen. And I'll answer. I think James had a question while I'm waiting for your answer. I think, James, if you're using the browser-based charts, it won't do that. I know what you mean. You put a horizontal line on a 5-minute chart, and it's not showing up on a 2-minute chart or other time frames. I think that's the downfall of using the browser-based charts. I believe that's it. If I go to prop markup and I put a horizontal line here, in fact, can you even do it? Markup, horizontal line. Man, I wish they had some consistency with these charts, but they don't. See, here's my horizontal line, and you see it shows up. I think that's the issue. Okay, you see how it showed up on the daily and the weekly, and that's because I'm not using browser-based charts here. Um, if you're able to get the horizontal line on your 5-minute chart or a 2-minute chart or your time frames, which you're using browser-based charts, it's not going to extend. It's not going to go into all the chart. Okay, and that's just a limitation of the browser-based charts. Yeah, it's just but it's not a matter of using the desktop. Right click, you see these are browser. You probably have use browser interface checked. Okay, on your charts, and when you do that, if you're able to put a horizontal chart or a line on your say 5-minute, it's not going to show up on the 2-minute. If you if you changed to the uncheck the use browser interface, then it will. So okay, like I did here. These two charts, I'm not using the browser interface. You see how the horizontal lines are on both time frames. Okay. It's just a limitation, unfortunately, of using the browser-based charts. Let me get rid of this. So, okay, Lalonde 111 or 1111. Thanks for your patience. I hope you're still around. Now, you're talking about in a top list window, right? Because I haven't tried that for ages. You're talking about being able to use the. Okay, well, I'm able to do it. I'm looking at a top list window here. Okay, it'll probably only be well. Let me see if I can even do it here. Yeah, I can do it. So I don't know why you can't. Okay, the question is, to scroll through these using the down arrow. Okay, and that's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm at EQT at the top here. This is in a top list window. Okay. Now, the problem, of course, is that you're going to get different symbols coming in constantly. But if I am using my down arrow on my see how it's changed. It went to a VZ. It's at CTRA. So it's working for me. I don't know why it's not working for you. I have no explanation why it's not working for you. I haven't tried this for years. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have an answer why it's not working for you. I don't know if it's maybe are you are using you're using the downloadable application, right? But I even went to an alert window, and I'm at the top here, that top one, IACOU, and I'm down arrow. It changed to NCII, went to the next NC. So I'm able to do it on mine. I don't know why. You might have to contact support or something. I because that's something I have no idea. I've not tried this for. I'm serious, probably 10 years. So I wasn't even sure if it would work at all, but it does work for me. So I don't know why it's not working for you. Can you hear me, Lalonde? As I'm talking, can you hear me? This is Lalonde in our YouTube room. Okay, Dan. I just got a confirmation. So Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream at around noon Eastern time. Usually, he starts a little bit earlier. I don't think previous. I think there you can put the close on. The only thing you can do is display prior day close. Okay, that's the only thing you can do. Display the prior day close, but you cannot display the pre-market. You have a line drawn for the pre-market, and no. Okay, that's it, James. Just display the prior day close, and that is from if you right click on the chart and go to charts, select chart style, and here it is. Okay, and then you can put the color you want. Okay, I mean click through chart windows. I don't understand what you mean now, Lalonde. Click through chart windows. Are you talking about the surfing, which automatically loads charts? Because I'm not sure what you mean by clicking through chart windows. The only way you can, you have to. Okay, you're talking surfing. Oh, okay. Well, it's not clicking through. Okay, so if you're talking about surfing, it's got nothing to do with the arrow keys. Okay, this I am if this is what you are talking about, I'm talking to Lalonde in our YouTube room. This is a toggle on and off, okay? On and off. Currently idea surfing, on and off. I have it. You can click. Right now it's paused. Now it's surfing. So what it'll do is it will go through any top list window that you have, okay? Any top list window that you have open, your price alerts window, and it'll load. So for instance, if I have this one open the top list. So I've got this one open. I had a bunch of, what it does is when it gets to this, because it rotates through them all, and it'll load the top three as you have them sorted. And it'll load this one, then this one, then this one. Okay. Now, obviously I've got some top list window. That's from my pre-market actives up. Okay. And that's what it'll do. It will basically go through them all, and it'll keep rotating through all your top list windows that you have open, and it'll keep rotating. Now, if you want if you want it to stop and maybe examine the chart for a little longer, because I think the delay, I'm not sure what it is, 6 or 7 seconds, or even maybe 4 seconds, and then it moves on to the next one. If you want though to stop and examine, all you have to do is click in the chart. So right now, see, I have it on surfing, right? I have it on surfing, but if I wanted to see you, okay, I don't want it to move off you because I'm interested in looking at this longer, then I just click in the chart and that'll stop it. Okay, that will stop it. Okay. And then once you move off the chart, all you have to do is physically move off the chart, and then it continues surfing. Okay, Lalonde, that makes sense? Now, if you click on a symbol, that'll stop it from surfing also. If you just click on a symbol, that will stop it. And obviously, to stop it, this is just a toggle on and off. Okay? Okay, so I'll answer your question in a minute, Niall. So Yang and 2902. So basically two options you've got with the charts. So what you've got, you have a gold chart, then you added a new CBT chart. Okay. So what you want are independent. Like I have a SPY chart. I don't want it to change. Okay. When I click on a symbol, when I click on ego, and click on ego, and these are all changing to the time. That's what I want to happen, but I don't want the SPY chart to change. So all you have to do is right click on your chart, okay, and go to properties and uncheck the symbol linking. Never mind anything else. Just uncheck the symbol linking, and then you'll have two independent charts that will not change. Okay, uncheck the symbol linking. Obviously, that's what I've done here in the SPY chart. I've unchecked it. Whereas in these charts, I have it checked because that's what I want to happen. Symbol linking is checked. Okay. Okay. I want to make sure Yang understood what I said. How can I set on my moving average crossover on open 930 for book? Okay, so for an alert, this is all we have, okay? And it may not be what you're looking for, but this is all we have. So you're talking about a crossover. I'm going to click on SMA. So these are the crossovers that we've got. Okay, we have a five period crossing over the 8 on a 1 minute chart or below. This is what you have to work with. If you don't find what you want here, then I'm sorry, we just don't have it. Okay, we just don't have it. Okay, well, then we do have it. Now, at the open, I mean, you'll have to, let me get this. Okay, so a 5.8 in 1 minute, that's sort of, if you want to use this as your real-time alert, then okay, try it. And it depends on the time frame you're looking at. You know, we've got 1, 2, 4, 5, etc. Okay, so you can try any one of those. Well, 2 minute. Okay, so here we have a 5 and an 8 on 2 minute. You can try either crossing above or crossing below. Okay, and you try it. See what sort of alerts you're getting. So I'm assuming you mean if it crosses above, that's bullish, and crosses below, that's bearish. Yeah, you can create a symbol list just with those stocks. Okay, just with those stocks. If you know how to create a symbol list or a watch list, just with those stocks, and then attach it to your alert window that you're using to monitor that you want this alert to be in. If you have you ever created an alert window or a symbol list or a watch list before? Okay, so that's good. I'm glad. So if you've created it before, then you know then if you created it before, if you haven't created that one before, so you have to know the 100. You know, hopefully there's somewhere you can copy the NQs in. I'm not sure if we have it as one of the ones. I'm not sure if we do, but if you've so, but let's say we don't. So you know, it's not that hard to create. You know, hopefully you find a column that you could just of the NQ stocks, create your new symbol list, watch list, and then you click on the add existing list. I'm sure you've done this before. You just have to click on the new one, whatever you're going to call it, the NQ 100. Click on it, so it's over here, and then you just and then in your alert window, you just attach it. Only the following list and check it. Okay, and then that alert window will just be looking at your NQ 100 stocks, and you know, you create your alert window with that particular alert that you're looking for, real time alert that you were looking for. The two what was it, 2 minute, 2 and 5. Okay, so Salty, I don't understand what you mean. You have successfully loaded fully loaded relative strength, but what from where? My like, what do you mean by relative strength? A race called relative strength? Not then it's not mine. Because I don't have a race called relative strength. So I'm just wondering what you're talking about when you say you successfully loaded a race called relative strength. Because these are the two races that I'm sharing. So just give me a moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? I'm back. Let me just see if we have the NQ. I'm not sure. We might have it. But anyway, getting back to who asked the question. Salty Droid, I don't know what you mean by relative volume. Here are my two races. These are the two races that I'm sharing. The biggest gainers, this one over here, and then the large cap. If the question is more, okay, I see your scans here, but how do I load them? How do I get them onto my screen? That's a different question. Now, what I wanted to do though, I do want to just do a quick check. Maybe we've got the NQ. See if we've got it as a something that we, oh man, we got so many now. That they probably knows. Oh, right here, the NAS 100. The NAS 100. Is that what you mean? Yeah, the NAS 100. Thank you. So yeah, we do have the NAS 100. So you don't have to. Hopefully, it's up to date. Okay, but so you don't have to create. You don't have to find the 100. Okay. So that's for you, Niall. Okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. We do actually have the. So if you click on symbol lists, add existing list, and just scroll down, you should see the NAS 100. Okay. And then you just have to click left click on it, and it'll move over here, and then just attach it. Attach it to create your scan, your alert window with that moving average crossover, and then just check the NAS 100, so it'll only track those stocks. So Vito, I guess you weren't listening earlier when I went over this race. That's fine. I mean, the whole races just start from a top list window. Okay, okay. Any race starts from a top list window that you can create on your own. Okay, and so this is a top list window that I've got here. And notice if I right click on it, launch the real time stock race. Okay, so this is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay, this is what I want to see in the top list window. If I right click on it and configure, I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay. Why did I choose that? It's what I wanted to see. Okay. There's no magic behind it necessarily. That's just what I wanted to see. Okay. So if you're saying, well, what's the best? There's no such thing. It's an impossible question to answer. My best might be different from 10 other people's best who don't want to see stuff like that. Okay. Some people would have a different price range, different minimum volume. Maybe we want to add some filters in here. Okay. So the idea is you create your own, you create your own top list window with what you want to see, and then you run the race on it. You just basically then right click and launch the race. Okay. And you can modify the race right here if you want. If you loaded it from me, if you load this race, for instance. Now, I also got people who are listening right now. If you load either of my two races right now, you are not going to see all the previous ones. Okay, that I've got here. That's because my race started at 9:30, and so your race would start. It's 11:30 right now. That's when your race would start, and you would build your own top 10 over the course of the day of the ones that have won the most races. Okay, so just remember. So because people say, "Well, I just loaded your race, but it doesn't look like yours." Well, that's because you're just loading it right now. You'll see the same stocks ultimately over the course of the day if you don't make any changes, but you will not see a top 10 list yet. And for tweaking it, if you loaded my race, I don't want to overwrite it. So I'm just going to duplicate my race. So a very quick way of tweaking, if you click on the gear. So if you just wanted to change the price range and the minimum volume, you could do it very quickly right there. Otherwise, you click on advanced and here, here's everything that I've got in that race. So again, if you didn't like, these values, or you wanted to add something, a filter, if you have any trading experience, you want to add some filters of your own, that's how you can quickly, take my race and, quickly make some changes if that's what you want to do. All right, guys, have I caught up to all the questions? If I've missed a question, just please maybe repost it. I think I've caught up, but I'm not sure. AIG, new high. Well, remember we looked at AIG? That was the top financial stock, wasn't it? Top as in, yeah, the top financial stock in XLF. And most of the XLF stocks were down for the day. So that's, great counter. I think it's an earnings play today. Here's XLF, down for the day. But AIG is one of the few financial stocks, and it's an earnings play, so it's kind of trading on its own. One of the few financial stocks that is up for the day. And not just up for the day. I mean, 6%. I mean, that's a big move with that float, in my opinion. All right, guys. So yeah, the confirmation that Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start his own YouTube stream at a usually he's a little bit before noon Eastern. Okay, so he'll start. What a great short from our AI though, a UPB. I can only hope and maybe some later alerts I get, not from necessarily the AI, but can give me something because I really, the only thing I've done today is get rid of the HURA that I had from yesterday. That's it. Had a lot of questions, and I love the questions. So, are you talking about like the 6 hour stream that I do every day? I mean, that'd be pretty crazy. You know, I mean, I know Pepe's got the link. It's where our YouTubes are, where our YouTube videos are stored. But what are you going to do? I mean, it's I'm about 6 hours a day. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. But there's all sorts of different questions, Niall. Okay, there's all sorts of different questions. I think fix 1 hour learning, record it so we can learn at ease. Well, all sorts of different questions, though. Now, if you're saying, well, I should have a video of virtually every type of question I get, it'd be really pretty impossible. I think. I mean, not impossible, but today's a day in which I'm getting a lot of questions, and that's fine. I don't mind. So now just waiting for probably in about 15 minutes from now, we might have a link for Dan's stream that he'll start. Pepe always seems to find it. So now this might be, well, you can see maybe we're due for a bounce now for a UPB. I mean, it's sort of basing a little bit, trying to curl on the 2 minute chart. It is now. Well, that's where all our previous streams, yeah, Vito, are stored. But again, it's like 6 hours long every day or more. Okay, guys, here's the UPB having a bounce. UPB having a bounce. So if you're into it, look up here. The view app is way above it, so it could be an interesting little bounce play right now. The market is, I mean, a little bit of a bounce, but it's not so much that. I mean, it's is it finally oversold for a while? Okay. We'd have to have a lot of patience to go over the entire video, though. Vito. Okay, I'm going to watch this one for a bit, though I'm going to take my break very soon, so I'm not sure I can. And I'm probably going to wander away from my computer. A lot of times I take my break, but I haven't gone anywhere. Um, it's 1409 bid ask. Okay, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Mosaic is not an earnings play, but it is not really bouncing with the market. MOS, I'm considering. Ah, but look at that, getting right into. So this could be an interesting one, guys, as a potential short, because look what MOS is doing. It's getting right close to the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 3105, so it's 15 cents underneath. That could block it, especially unless it has really, it's not an earnings play, it doesn't have any news on its own, especially if the market, starts to drop again. It may not take that to happen, though. I mean, that 200-day moving average may stall it. So if you're looking for a potential short right now, MOS might be it, because it's, will the 200-day moving average stop it from moving higher? Obviously not 100% that it will, but it's very possible that that's what's going to happen. I mean, it's only up, it's not like it's ripping higher on any news that I can see anyway. Yeah, this is pretty interesting, guys. I mean, there is the 200-day moving average for a Mosaic, MOS. Okay, there is the 200-day moving average, the green line on my chart, right there. I mean, that could, for a while anyway, that could easily stop it. Yeah, glad it didn't do it. The UPB looked like it wanted to maybe, take a nice run over 14, but took a little run, but not much. Just a weak stock, and it was a very strange trader because in the pre-market it looked it was very positive, and then it just now it's down 50%, 50. So when they first released this morning, the market reacted positively. Okay, the top line results from its phase two, the market reacted positively. Ah, sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot to unmute this guy here. My mic is up. Okay, yeah. So UPB, I don't think the bounce. It doesn't look really bounce worthy now. I mean, it's possible if it gets over 14 again. But the UPB, very strange trading today. It's down 50%, but in the pre-market, they announced this in the pre-market. Not that the shares are trading lower. This is more of Benzinga, but the company put out a press release and the top line results from its phase two, and the initial reaction was a big pop. But look at it now, down 50%. Wow. And I don't know, maybe did you guys hear my talking about Mosaic? Maybe you didn't. So Mosaic right now is getting right into the 200-day moving average. So it might be something that some of you will be taking a look at a potential short. Okay. I don't see any specific news for it. It's not an earnings play, so it's not on its own. I don't see any specific news on it today. So, but it's getting really, really close to that 200-day moving average. So that could block it from moving higher for a while anyway. Oh man, TDC, that was it's still up 21%. It is still up 21%, but boy, has it ever fallen, faded, but it's still up 21%. And that's the TDC. Now, the interesting thing about UPB is that it actually hit the stop at some point. So you had a re-entry. The original alert was at 1640, but it obviously, I don't know if it, where did it exit? So you know what? It probably popped up. It hit the stop at 1689 because that's only 2 minutes later. And then, but remember what happens here. If you will get an alert if the stock comes halfway between the original entry and the stop price. In this case, remember, it's a short, 1665. So even if you missed it at the beginning, or if you took it but got stopped out, you could have retaken it at 1665, even better. Visually, how I'm starting to evaluate a parabolic move is looking at the trade wave. So if I start to see the bars losing sight or not touching the top of the wave, that to me starts to mean that it's getting a little more parabolic. That's for me anyway. It depends on the time frame you're looking at. Now, some will look at RSI, overbought, meaning RSI over 80 or 85, whatever that number is, oversold, RSI 15 or lower, things like that. Doesn't necessarily 100% mean though that that it is overbought or oversold, but at least you can sort of see stocks that, if you use RSI as an indicator. But how I'm doing it is I'm just looking at the, right now, for instance, UPB was never really, there's never, other than right there, there was never really a reason to get out of it. You can keep, and there, of course, right there, you could get out some anyway, just looking at the trade wave. And it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. I'm looking at a 2. Yeah, I mean, some will say a stock that is, way below the VWAP, a certain percent below the VWAP. So if we're looking at overbought, so way above the VWAP, high RSI, that can be an indicator that something is overbought. Can be. Well, this mosaic is really well. There you go. A little bit of a downturn, and not much. Okay, not much, but again, there is the 200-day moving average. What did it get up to? Did it actually hit it? Remember, it's an area. So 3102, 3105 is the 200-day moving average. So as we speak, try to get above it. Didn't do it. Doesn't mean it's not going to. But right now, the 200-day moving average is acting as a bit of a block. Okay, and that is for Mosaic, MOS. So you could, if you know, you could always say, okay, I'll take the short right now, and I'll put my stop just a little over the 200 day. I mean, that's an idea. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying that's an idea, and you should know pretty quickly because you know the 200 day is not that far away. So, but it's a big float, so it's usually not going to be so volatile. I know Pepe is inching or just itching to put the link in for Dan. So, guys, this is your time again to talk to the CEO of Trade Ideas. He'll be there for between 12 and 1. We'll have the link soon. You know, you can ask him questions. I call it the beefs and there it is. So Pepe's already got it. Okay. So he hasn't started yet. The link is available. He hasn't quite started yet. That's what it looks like. So you could actually click on the link now and just wait for him to start. So for those of you in YouTube, because he's not taking over my YouTube stream, okay, he'll start a new stream. So I'm just going to put above link if you're still in YouTube listening to me. So he'll start a stream. Probably usually starts at around 5 too. Okay, so there's the link. Again, he hasn't started yet, but anytime now. And so once he starts, I'll take off. I'm going to put my announcement up. This is the day I take off a little bit early and stay a little, and well, I might be back before 1, but I'll just put it in here now. Probably earlier. So Vito you asked that question earlier. It's always between 12 and 1 Eastern time. A normal week would be Chris on Monday. Tuesday is okay. Chris on Monday, Dan on Wednesday, Steve on Thursday, Andy on Friday, and then of those three, Chris, Andy, or Steve, somebody usually does Tuesday. One of those guys will do Tuesday. Okay. It's always at 12. It's always at 12 to 1. Yes. And before I leave in the room, the only time like Dan starts his own stream, so that's why I had to put the link in. But when I leave the room, typically Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, I put the YouTube link in, and who's ever there is there. Okay, it's going to be one of those three guys. But again, typically Monday is Chris, Thursday and Friday Steve and Andy, and then one of those three will do Tuesday, and of course Dan is always Wednesday. Okay, always 12 to 1 Eastern time. Okay, I see he's getting ready, guys. I don't know if he's talking. He's probably not talking yet, but he's getting his screen ready. So I'm going to take off now. Okay, I don't want to compete with Dan. So I'm going to take off now. And you can head over. He's not. I don't think he's talking yet, but he's getting his screen ready. So now's your chance to ask him questions. Okay. So I'm going to put myself on mute now. So we'll see you guys in about an hour, and I have to I'm muting myself in the YouTube room also. See you guys in about. All right, guys, I'm back. Don't know if Dan is done yet, but I am now back. And let's see what's happening. How did that mosaic end up doing? I think I saw it had a little bit of a drop, not a huge one, but a little bit of a drop. Mosaic. Yeah, I mean, nothing fantastic. What did it get down to? It got down to 3080. Yeah, so it could not get through the 31. 31 is the so far anyway. I mean, this might be a nice drop, guys, coming up. 31 is the 200-day moving average. You see the green line right there. Got into it. It's pausing it for sure right now. This might turn into a bit of a market fade or a fade. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I mean, the markets is the market actually up? Yeah, the market's actually come back. It's actually positive now. It just doesn't feel that way, does it? I mean, I'm seeing most of the opportunities seem to be in the short side, so it doesn't feel like the market has come back to it's basically flat. I mean, it's only up a little bit on the SPY. The Dow's down a little, the Qs are up a little, the SPY's up a little, Dow's are down a little. Just feels like it's more down. All right, guys. How about this SMCI? SMCI, it is, yeah, it is moving down now. Underneath the whole number, 32. Underneath the whole number, seems to be picking up some steam on the way down a little bit. And the next low looking left is 31.16. Certainly enough room underneath. my perfect circle, yeah. So is Dan done? Anybody ask him when are we going to get the buy and sell flags? Did anybody ask? I have no idea what he would have said if anybody asked. We're working on it. I think that would be that's a really, really good addition. Getting a buy and a sell flag alert. Okay, guys, I'm going to continue to watch this. I want to see how well it doesn't get through 32. If it gets close, talking about the SMCI, maybe a little pop here. It had a little pause here, then the drop. OB. Well, this one won 17 races. Okay, the the QVC GP won 17 races. This was this was never shortable for me. I'm sure this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, I'm wrong. There were 384,000. I can't believe it. Oh man, that's a sort of a bit of a missed opportunity. something going crazy like this with probably no news whatsoever. They did have some news after hours yesterday. They talked about in talks with creditors to restructure their debt in bankruptcy. Okay, so that caused the pop. Yeah, it is shortable for me. I just didn't even think to look. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just kind of yeah. The SMCI. It intrigues me. QNCX might follow. Okay, I've seen some of you guys talking about it. QNCX. Quincy. Oh, wow. So 2 days ago, 15 cents, closed at 50. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, I saw you mention that one. I lost sight of ESOA completely. That's one I was waiting for a 3 break, I think. Oh man. 13 break, sorry, 13 break. Boy, what a nice run. What a nice run. Let's take a look at NKTR. AJ Rowland says the wave kept you in a trade. Okay, NKTR. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah. So here is so if you I'm assuming you got in around this area. So you're here, here, here. Now see how it got a little bit parabolic right there. See how it widened. That even though it was still orange, and it's been orange the whole time, it has not turned to blue. That's where I would have taken some profit right here as it got a little bit parabolic. And right after that, yes, you see how what happened. It kind of pierced the wave. I would have probably if I'd been in this one up here, take some profit here, and then hold on, try to hold on as it's testing the VWAP, and then you're still in it though. But you're probably, I'm sure you're long gone. Yeah, 66. Wow, ominous 6666. Yeah, so you would have got in right around here, right on that sell flag. Hmm. But the minute you start seeing the wave widen, it gets it's it starts to get a little more dicey. I mean, it's fabulous when you're in it because when the wave widens, it means that you're getting more downward pressure. But I always find that what people might be looking at this and thinking, okay, oh, time to take some profit because it's getting a little bit too parabolic on the downside. It's interesting when you look at it on a 5-minute chart, man. See, really got parabolic on the 5. You can see, I mean, look at the bottom of that, nowhere close to the wave. Again, that's just the way I look at it, okay? This is nothing, you're not gonna find a video on this, or it's just the way I kind of have, looked at the wave. Same thing, if you're in this Man, I'd love to get, it would be awesome to get these sell flags or buy flags, but sell flags. I mean, it'd be awesome. Right there. I mean, you can see how it's gone parabolic on the way down. You can see on the fives, it's gone so if you happen to have taken that short right around here, 23.74, I mean, at this point, you're thinking, "Nah, are people going to start taking some profit here, like covering, just because it has become a little bit parabolic." Remember AI, guys? I don't mean AI, but I mean AI. Remember AI? That was the one. It's had the fantastic symbol way before AI was, on everybody's mind. Way before. So again, did anybody ask Dan? Dan, it'd be really nice to get real time alerts on a buy or sell flag. Did anybody ask him? I mean, I'm sure he might have said, he might not have said anything. Maybe just disregarded the question. I don't know. But did anybody ask? And if enough of the customers start asking, who knows? Anything is possible. But Pepe, you got to keep asking, especially you. He probably does. I mean, I don't even know if he even thinks about it. I honestly don't know if he even thinks about it. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:13. So I may be taking off around 2, guys, unless there are some questions. I'll always stick around later if there are questions, but sometime between 2 and 2:30, but it might be closer to 2 if I don't get a lot of questions. So I might only have about 45 minutes left. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. But I will go over my homepage one last time today. So William says he's going to keep it open to about 3:55. Okay, ish. Okay. So even when I'm gone, the room will still be open. Not YouTube. I do have to shut YouTube down completely, but I'll give the link for those of you who might be still in YouTube to get into the main room. So, it's good to ask him the very specific question, though. It really is. Eventually, it might sink in that. I mean, I don't know what it takes for the developers to do it, but to me, it seems like with all the other stuff they do, to me, it seems like it'd be a wonderful addition. Anyway, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now? Here is a promo code you can use to get 22% off Please listen carefully. 22% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And that pertains to both the standard and premium service. So again, if you take out a monthly subscription, the 22% off is good for the first month only. All I ask, please use my code if you are going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the trading room. Okay, so if you're in YouTube right now, you want to come into a more robust, a room with more interaction amongst other traders. This is a far better room than YouTube. You can stay in YouTube if you just want to hear me and see my screen. But again, if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, come into the trading room. It is free also. A couple of advantages also is that, first of all, there's no time delay. In YouTube imposes about a 7 or 8 second time delay. Also, if you had a link that you wanted me to look at, let's say a cloud link of one of your scans or something you wanted me to look at, you cannot post it in YouTube. You can post it in this room though. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi, thank you. Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. And it's also open later after I leave. Today it'll be open to 3:55. So, with YouTube, I have to shut it down when I leave. So this room today will be open from 6:45 a.m. Eastern time to 3:55 p.m. Eastern time. Okay? Just watching this, I mean, I'm sort of fixated on it a little bit. I see it's popping through here, but will that last? Will that last? All right. So if you do take out a subscription, well, before I do that, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Okay. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us. No, maybe it's going to bounce. Okay. I'm going to forget about SMCI. Okay, so that is the trade of the week. Now, if you're now, the first thing to do if you do take out a subscription, click on the education section, click on the more info, and scroll down a bit. Getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Okay, this is mandatory that you do this first. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video. Go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. We'll unsubscribe you. Taking out a monthly subscription is just month to month, so you can unsubscribe at any time. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for some of the races and scans that I'm currently sharing, you can come into the the middle section right there, the custom scans. Here they are. So here's the large cap gainers right here. This is a wide open race right here. Wide open in that it'll be a lot more volatile than this one. The halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. So I do have this one actually up and running on my other monitor, but I don't have them all up, but you can take a look at them. Any questions about them? Fire away. And again, this is a trading room, but it is a support room also. So you can, and I had a lot of questions earlier today. He said he's very aware that people want it. Great. Okay. Well, as long as he's very aware, seriously, I mean, as long as he's very aware, I mean, he has the power to do something about it. power in that, he is the CEO. So, I mean, if he really thought that the development team should be looking at it, and maybe not doing quite as much stuff on other, well, like the money machine. I don't know. I'm sure he talked about the money machine, but I just think it'd be a nice addition. We have not had a new real-time alert in absolutely years. I cannot remember the last real-time alert that we added. It might have been the Halls resumes. And I call this, yes, it's a real-time alert, but I call this, it's almost sort of like like it's more of an information feed than anything. But as far as a new real-time alert, I cannot remember the last one. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, we have so many real-time, like what would somebody want? Just out of curiosity, other than the buy and the sell, as a real-time alert. I mean, I know the EMAs is a real issue. We don't have EMAs other than putting them on the chart. But I'm just trying to think of, like, what real-time alert would you want? Yeah, you, Pepe, what real-time alert would you want? I think you're probably looking for maybe the crosses, like the EMA and SMA crosses as real-time alerts. Yeah. So you want EMAs, yeah. It is kind of hard to believe, isn't it, that we don't have EMAs as alert, or if filters. Never mind just as alert. We don't have them. You can put them on your charts, but personally, I cannot think of anything I would really want other than, the ability to have a buy or sell flag. I personally cannot think of anything else I'd want. I talked about the opening range break. I love to see the ability to add the count filter, so you'd only see maybe the second or third or fourth break, whatever you want to, whatever number you want. I'd love to have that, and then to do a back test on it, because I think the problem doing the back test on that is right now, yeah, it breaks it and then it comes right back down through it. And then it may and that might be it. The first break is the only break, and that's it. And then it comes right back down through. Ah, okay, SMCI. Are you tempting me now? I do not use the money machine. No, I really can't use it. I mean, even if I wanted to, I would not be able to do any of this. Okay, because you have to pay attention to it the entire time. Managing the exits, getting in and out constantly. So that's the only way to try to use it. And I could never use it anyway because I live in Canada, and I don't think we'll ever have a commission-free broker that I could use it with. So I could never use it. So I'm sorry, I have no insight on it at all. Sorry. I mean, I know what the theory is. Yeah, I agree, Pepe. I think the reason they don't have a scripting language Is there net because you're fine. You would know exactly how to do it exactly, right? And I don't even know if I could do it, but then it gets into the support aspect. Somebody says, "Oh, you got this. Okay, well, how would I do this? How would I do that?" Yeah, but you can't link it though with Brokerage Plus, Niles, or Nile. Okay, well, simple. And they're not going to spend the time to try to, find like, believe me, they're not going to spend the time to try to figure out how to link to a Canadian broker like that. Harsh, but that's the reality. And I'm a Canadian. Okay. So they're just not going to spend the time doing it. The support we have to just for people who want to create a custom formula. I'm not talking about in here, but the emails that I see coming in, how do we create a custom formula to this, that, and even if the data points are available, they just don't know how to do it. It's not a matter of even getting to the account page. They just don't have I don't know, the mathematical ability to do it. And Chris spends a lot of time, and it's a lot of back and forth. So I can't imagine if we had a wide open script. But when you take your next job, Pepe, at Trade Ideas, maybe that would be your job. Maybe that would be it. Okay, so 161. Are you new to trading also? Are you brand new to trading, not just to Trade Ideas, but are you brand new to trading? 161. Okay. So before you do anything, okay, if you're brand new to trading, Trade Ideas is a fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. Okay. And if you click on a symbol and the chart and you're looking at a chart and you haven't got a clue what the chart is trying to tell you, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. So at the very least, this is what I would do. If you go to my homepage, and again, this is not going to make you an expert in trading, all right? But if you go to my homepage and click on the link, okay, click on the link and click on the education section right there. Hopefully you can see that. Click on the education section. Click on the more info, and you see where it says back to basics. Okay. What I would do the first thing before you do anything is at least take a look at this. This again, it's not going to make you an expert in trading, but at least it's going to give you an idea about charts and support, resistance, things like that. Okay, there are 15 videos in here, and they are free. So I would watch those. Maybe you don't have to start off with what is a stock, but okay, I would watch those videos, and that'll give you at least a bit of an idea about what chart reading is all about. Okay, because there's no point in taking out a subscription right now. Zero. If you've never traded before. Okay, and then once you've done that, you can come back into the room, and then we can. I don't know how long that's going to take you, but go at your leisure. There's no rush. Okay, sorry. So there's no rush. So just take a look at that, and then even before, once you do that, okay, you might have a little bit of an idea about trading. Then the next thing I would do is take a look at the getting started with trade ideas and start off with that second video. And there were about that'll be 11 videos to the end, not very long. At least that'll give you an idea about what trade ideas is all about. Okay. So those are the first two things I would do before you would take out a subscription. This might take you a little longer, but I don't want to snow anybody. Trading is not easy. And I'm not trying to, dissuade you but I think people, especially you go on YouTube and you see all these people talking about, take $1,000, turn it into $1 million in half an hour. I mean, it's a bunch of garbage. Okay, so I think they try to make it look like and I'm not saying anybody can do it, but it does take. You got to put the time and effort into it. I don't mean turning a million into or 1,000 into a million, but all right, guys, 1:32, so I may only have 30 minutes left. The free trade of the week, 161, is that what you're talking about? The free trade of the week that comes in every Monday morning before the market opens? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, so at least what Steve does is that he gives you like, I mean, this is not working. This one is not working. Okay, GME is the trade of the week this week. The trigger was 25.20. Okay, it had actually hit that yesterday. It got up to 25.21. I'm assuming that is an official trigger. Okay, because it did hit 25.21 barely, barely. I know he says over 25.20 is probably what he said. So I mean, it did hit 25.21. So I mean, that's barely, triggered. And then he'll talk about if you ended up taking the trade where you would put a stop to get out of the trade if it's not working, because guess what? Not all trades work. And that's one of the key things about trading is having like get into a trade, but you have to have an out where you're going to get out if it's not working. That it's not going to kill you. You're not going to destroy your account. I haven't done that for a while. Maybe tomorrow I will go over money management. I haven't done that for a while. Let's see if GME has any other press release. Trying to pump this thing. Nope, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. All right, JLHL, probably no volume. China stock, yeah, no volume, 92,000. It just got halted on the way down, I guess. Yeah. Master Beef. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Another one out of Hong Kong. Master Beef. Interesting. How these foods. Chubby noodles, chubby bento. You know, I remember when they split off. I know I told this story before. I almost took this one. I thought, you know what? I'm just gonna for a long term hold. They split off. DD. I think it was around 38, even less. Remember when they did that? Oh, right here. It's easy to find. Yeah, right there. So yeah, the stock was certain. I thought, you know what? This is such an old school company. Why not just 1802? The company was founded in 1802. Had earnings, but I didn't do it. And if easy just to put an end, well, not an end, but the money machine question. And living in Canada, yes, so I could use IB. It would work with IB, Interactive Brokers, but but it's not commission free. Using it with Brokerage Plus. So, because the light version doesn't work, and even if it did, it's not available in Canada. But if you're going to be in and out of a lot of trades all day long, you really need a commission-free broker. So, and I'll be honest, I mean, I probably, unless it could be really proven to me that it would work, um, well, because it's got to intensely watch it, and I prefer just to do the things I do. So when you say truly learn the software, where should you start? Well, I mean, depends what you mean by truly learning the software, tech. I mean, tech degenerate. Depends what you mean by that. Well, first of all, I don't know if you've done this at least. Give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, so I don't know if you've done this. Scroll down till you get the education section and the more info, and then right here, getting started with trade ideas. I don't know if you've done that. I mean, if you haven't done that, you must do that. Okay, it's just 12 short videos. Now, if you've already done that, So here's the deal. I mean, here's our user guide. Now, nobody would say, well, you've got to go through that user guide and you've got to learn everything that's in this user guide. Um, Imagine, I know my analogy is always Microsoft Word, but I mean, look at how big that manual is. And what if somebody said, well, before you could use Microsoft Word, you have to learn everything that's in that manual? Nobody would buy the program, right? I mean, most people when they have Word, okay, they want to know how to how do I print those how to print those letters on my screen? Okay. Number one, how do I save a document? Oh, you haven't watched. Okay, please do that. Please do that. Okay. 12 short videos. You may not have to do the login, if you've already logged in, but please do that. At least it's not going to make you an expert, but at least it'll take you through some of the ins and outs, the key elements of the program. Okay. But just getting back to my, the user guide, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. Just like any other software program. I mean, again, the MS Word manual is huge, absolutely huge, and you can do some unbelievable things. Very, very advanced topics within that manual. But most of us, print on the screen, maybe change the font. How do I save it? And how do I print it? I mean, that's probably 99% of the people that use Word. That's probably all they do. And yet, look at the manual. So it's the same thing. There's a lot of stuff in this manual. You don't have to use it. Or sorry, use it. You don't have to learn everything. The other aspect is, I don't know, are you a new trader also? I mean, are you new to the software and new to trading, or do you have some trading experience? Do you have some idea about how to read a chart? Like, what is a chart trying to tell you? Because you can create the type of scan of the things you're looking for with our software, but you have to know what you're looking for. I mean, when I say that, I mean you might have a price range you like to trade. Maybe you only want to trade stocks between $1 and $10. Maybe it's $100 to 1,000, minimum volume, things like that, to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. You like to see stocks that are pulling back into some kind of a moving average or the VWAP, or maybe you like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, depending if you're going long or short. I mean, there's all sorts of different trading styles, and that's the other, because trade ideas can be tailored to a certain trading style. Yeah, no, I can answer. I can definitely try to help, in this room, definitely. If I'm tied up doing something else, like a trade or something else, I'll certainly let you know. But I can usually spend the time and try to help people. If it's an account, the only thing I really can't help with are accounting issues. If you have you want to extend a subscription or unsubscribe or do something with your account, that is something I cannot help with. But I can direct you to the people who can. But otherwise, just general trade ideas questions, I can usually help. And so, when you say you've been trading for about a year now, have you been swing trading or have you been, what we'll call day trading? Because there's obviously differences. Degenerates. Okay, 161. Yeah. So watch the videos. It's funny you say that 161. Well, I'm talking about, well, I can talk to both of you, but Tech Degenerate, that's the one I'm said is has some, investing for about a year. That could have been the best thing or the worst thing that could have happened to you, 161. You buy a $4 stock and you sell it at 18, and that's your first trade, and then you start thinking, "Well, this is simple." And listen, I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad it worked out. Why do I have to read it? Why do I have to learn anything? You might be interesting here. It's not showing up anywhere here, so let me see if I can find it. I'll just type it in. Look what it's doing now, guys. I mean, it is, just over the whole number, 21. It's in a, the trend is now kind of, well, not kind of, it is up. The trend is up with the blue, um, just over that whole number, trying to recover, still down 27%, still is a bad earnings play. So all that is still in place, but it's trying to, it's definitely having a decent little bounce. Well, the Williams scan has just stopped. 11:45 was the last. What time is it now? 1:48. That's 2 hours ago. Yeah, that's the last alert I had, and that's on the repeating version. A little bit strange. Usually we get a few in the afternoon. That's kind of was what I was waiting for. Not really being able to trade that much in the morning. I was kind of hoping we get something in the afternoon. However, as I said yesterday, and I should say every single day, these can actually act as a great watch list. So for instance, here's the hinge. I mean, the hinge HNGE was an awesome alert to short. The time was at 10:13, 36.53. Let's take a look at it at the back out. I'll get a 15-minute chart and show you what happened. So, I mean, 36.53 was right around here, and before it pulled up at all, got down to $34. Tremendous. I mean, there's a $1.50 move, okay, and then it has rebounded. So you can just follow these ones and figure out, first of all, maybe take the trade in the initial direction, but then then you can always turn around and play some of these on a bounce. And obviously, Hinge would have been awesome. And these were the only alerts for the day. So I mean, not a very manageable number of alerts for the day. Anything in pink was a suggestion to short. So many awesome ones at the beginning of the day. Not too many on the long side. These are the ones possibilities to go long. Let's see what happened with CLBT. Sorry, CLBT. Well, give me a moment here. What in the world? I don't have. Oh, that's why. I'm going to say, where's the price? I had it hidden. Okay, guys, you's having a nice little bounce. Now, what I wanted to say was, okay, you had a long alert for CLBT. Probably didn't work out too badly. The alert was at the alert was at 9:46, and the price was 15.22. So what did no? Actually, that didn't. So that one did not work. That would not have worked, but you could have gone short. In fact, the three longs in that scan would not have worked. And why? Well, look at the market, guys. You know, the market, even though the market is mildly positive now, but I mean, this was just down, 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 down. And now we're just sort of chopping around. So, not that conducive for going long. Let's see if I can activate any iPhones. So Siri, I listen to Siri all day long. I'm talking about Sirius XM, and I see it's at the top here. I don't know if I activated any iPhones in earshot or iPads or is Alexa still around? I thought Alexa died. One of them died. It's still around. Then one of them stopped. Obviously not Siri and not Alexa. So I thought there was one of them that stopped. When I say stopped, I mean whatever company was running it said that's it, no more. I have Hey Google. NCAA, or sorry, NCI is at the VWAP. Okay. Yeah, you're right. And look what happened. Got rejected. No shorts for me for that one at Interactive Brokers. U is still a little bit choppy, but it is still looking like it wants to make a little bit of a run. There's the trend is up. And where could it go before it hits any sort of potential resistance? Maybe up here. I mean, that would be a big run. 2279. That'd be a big run. Well above the VWAP now, so that's not going to stop it. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:56, so I may be wrapping this up for me at 2 o'clock. My layout will still be visible, okay, until I may knock it off at 3:30. There's things I want to do, and I don't want to accidentally display, so I may knock it off at 3:30. Okay, I know William will keep the room open to 3:55, but I may knock off at like not have my layout displayed after 3:30. Where can you watch news? Well, I wouldn't use our news necessarily. I mean, our news is they're trying to get it better, but I don't. I mean, if depends what you mean by watch news. Okay, I mean, I use my interactive brokers has I think it's got a great little news service part of the program. That's where when you say watch news, so when I click on a symbol, so when I click on NCI, it does load into my interact, and then I take a quick glance to see if there's anything that might be interesting. Okay. If I don't see it, then but it automatically loads into the symbol and I just look on my other monitor very quickly to see if there's any news on it. So it's not like I'm watching news all day long, like some kind of, I'm not watching streaming news all day long, if that's what you mean. Oh, what was that? All right, guys, 1:59. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to start heading out. So for the YouTubers, I'm going to put the my homepage link in, and then you can head over to the main room if you want. That room will be open till 3:55, and I'll just show you how you can get there. Probably not too many left in YouTube right now, but if any stragglers, here's what you can do. Click on my homepage link, scroll down, and trading room right there. More info. Okay, that's how you get into and it's a free room also. And I will now put my announcement up. So it may be up. I may have it up till 3:55, but I know I have some things to do, and don't want to accidentally display what I'm doing. Okay, so my layout. So I'm going to say 3:30, but depending on what happens, I may keep it up until 3:55. And that's it. Yeah, my electronic banking. That's all I need. Okay, left for the day. You might see me, you may see the mouse move around. I might still be around. If I'm around and you ask a question, I will hop back on. But right now, I am leaving for sure. I'm going to take the dog for a little walk, and so have a great day, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. Remember, the main room will be open till at about 33 3 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, YouTubers, I do have to shut you down.